Well, hello again to everyone in chat. Welcome back to Season 15, Quebec. I was going to try using this truck, but it is kind of not really able to make it across here. So, we're going to go back to harbor. We're going to detach this trailer. I'll go back to harbor, and I will get something else that may be able to pull the trailer a little bit better. Or maybe not. But that's the way we're going to start. But our route from here, we need to go all the way over to the quarry to pick everything up. Coming from up here, which is going to require a left, go all the way down, a left again, oh, don't know if I want to go across that way or come back up. I think I'm going to come up over here, but we're still going to cut down through the warehouse, out the back side, across here, just not real sure which way I want to go with that. Let's remove those. We're not going to go through the warehouse. We're going to come this way around. Because this was my original idea, was to snag that en route. Detour up this way. Ooh, I cut across. You know what? Maybe not. Doesn't really look like there's a good way up out of there if I went that way around. Unless he can get up right here. To get out of the main road. You know what, let's try that. We can do the, actually, we'll still cut through this way, but when we get here, we'll come back on ourselves, cut through, out the exit, follow that up and around. There. We'll go to here. Up to this point. There. And then drop that off. And then we can pretty much find our way to the quarry from there. So again, we're going to detach this trailer. Actually, let me reattach it and get it out of the box. First. The trailer just does not want to come back around. That's because of the snow. There we go. We can detach right there. The old HX just seems to spin its wheels way too much. Looks like it's time to let Sam out, of course. He said, oh, Dad's recording. Time to go out. For one moment. Alright, that was fairly quick and painless. Now we need to go global. Move to garage. Now, this is what I was thinking. Because the Mercer did such a great job before, I'm thinking we're going to put a low saddle on it and see how it does. But I'm also going to do something crazy, and I'm going to pull a fuel trailer over to that gateway. Just so that I have fuel with me. But we're going to pull a big fuel trailer. That's water. We don't want water. Oh, see, that one's only a 3 slot. That's why. That one just wouldn't be real practical for what we need. Alright. If I can make it to the gateway, pulling this fuel trailer in the Mercer will definitely take care of the rest of it. One moment. I had to stop real quick and turn the ringer down on my phone. This is the true test. South Fang says great. We're going to see how great she is. Speaking of South Fang, how you doing, man? Just lurking in the background? That's all right. Well, I figure if I make it to the gateway with this trailer, it'll definitely be a great truck. All right, you go ahead and get that bridge done. Unfortunately, I have to complete this. Timberman's work is never done before I can start on any of my bridges and roads, because they're all locked behind it. She's already out doing the HX. Plenty to do? Yes. Yes, there is. Really like the Mercer? Yeah, so far I'm liking it, because it's, like I say, it's already doing better than the HX did. The HX struggled just getting to this point. Now that doesn't mean that I'm not going to necessarily need some help at some point, but just need to get a little bit closer to the Doritos, that's all. Got her stuck a few times, but you're happy? That's good. That bodes well for her chances at completing this mission. Listen, I think if I make it to the gateway, pulling a fuel trailer, I think I'm definitely going to be able to complete the mission with it. Being as how this is the road that comes out just next to the gateway, say I completed that mission easily. Definitely gets dark fast once it decides to get dark. We are going to park this off to the side over here. See if I can't get her back in here. All right, get that bridge done. We'll get into Lake Riviere and bring daytime back around. It's got to be about almost 10 o'clock at night. Oh, yeah. Right on 10 o'clock. Now we're on 6 a.m. That can always be scary going over them bridges like that from the interior. And there's the pest lot move. So, one moment. Sam's a bit on the spoiled side. I always tend to try to put some ice cubes in his water for him. I like ice water. Why shouldn't he? funny how well certain trucks do in certain environments, yet not in others. Because the HX ain't a bad truck. It just can't handle this environment. And Sam's got a fresh rawhide too, so he's a happy little camper right now. Laying on my foot, chewing on his tooth. Exactly, you know, the trucks are all good for their certain purpose. You just have to find what that purpose is. The right takes you to the warehouse. The left takes you the way I'm going. Links your stream in JJ's self-promoting channel. Thanks, Halfbang. Appreciate that. Well, I didn't expect this to be loaded. I was going to tow it along behind me. I didn't think he'd have a load on there. Got the Royal BM. Yeah, I know the guys set that stuff up so we can promote our stuff and everything, but at the same time, I feel kind of bad using their channels to promote mine. I feel like I'm taking advantage. Now, see, the guy said he left that there because it wouldn't start. Looks like it started just fine to me. Now, if it stays upright or not, well, that's another story, because it is a Royal BM. I appreciate all the help I can get. Uh-oh. I think I'm about to lose the royal. And there goes the royal. Well, let's see if I can at least keep the royal up here. The metal beams can stay on the ground, but if I can keep the truck from going over the edge. We'll just have to rescue it with something different later. Alright, let's see if I can still rate that. Actually, not too bad of a spot to try to get it back on its wheels. I believe the task for it only said to bring the truck back. It didn't say anything about the metal beams. So. Alright. We'll talk to you in a bit. Oh, this was my U-turn spot anyhow. I would have missed that if I was, if that wouldn't have flipped over. Alright, let's see if I can reach that from here. Try to get it turned in the right direction. Let the royal give me a little bit of a nudge. Not sure what task those are for, but that's two of them I've hit. Save fuel in the Royal just in case I need to steal fuel out of it. Am I going the right way here? Yes, I just need to remember to turn when I get to the fort. It's doing pretty good. Third gear going uphill, pulling a truck. Pleasantly surprised by the missiles. Yeah, I'm impressed. For a smaller truck, it's doing a great job. And I too love the old school style trucks. I was talking with Rio about that yesterday, how the newer trucks where they worried about making a truck look so aerodynamic and everything, it just takes away from the style. 1 minute, gotta take this call. Okay, I'm back. My daughter calling. She wanted to know if I could help her build a bookshelf. Trying to tell her I got one here that she could have, but she wants to get a new one. Oh, look at that! I shut it off and it never disconnected. Well, that's interesting. I can go with that. I would have definitely expected it to disconnect the winch. Sam's got to chew on his rawhide right on top of my foot. He's using my foot to help prop it up. He's going to get my toe, then he's going to get a little swat, and he's going to be like, "Wah!" He just moved away. It's like he actually understood that. Wait a minute. SWAT? SWAT, you say? Oh, I don't want that to happen. Alright. We are going to top off the fuel real quick. Only 11 gallons, but it's 11 gallons. And we'll turn on the engine on the broil. And off into the wild, snowy yonder. At least I'm getting a lot closer to the zit, so if I do end up needing a rescue, you know, to bring out some extra fuel or something like that, it's not that far away. Back to the door. You know what that means. Troublemaker wants back outside. Plus now he's back on my feet with his cue. So I might have to release it to get up the hill and then re-grab it. Yep. See, I'm down to 7 gallons again already. Boy, that 11 I just dumped in there didn't last very long, did it? Of course, I'm not in a position really to get close enough to steal fuel from that, am I? Nope. Let's release the winch real quick, detach the trailer real quick. See if I can squeak around here. Just to get close enough to the Royal to steal some fuel from. Royal, look at that. Of course, now the Royal don't have much in there, but that's okay. I have a full tank. That's all. Yeah, 64 gallons don't get you far when you're spinning your wheels on a lot of stuff. Yeah, this might be where I have to leave the Royal. Yep, it's not. Oil can sit there for now. We will come back with the Ricks to pull it the rest of the way. He's a durable little truck, though. It doesn't take damage very easy. And come on, if anything, we're going to give it damage to do that. I think there's only like 13 gallons left in that Scout fuel carrier. Oh, that one did it. Yeah, I think that marker up there is real close to where the Zix is parked. Yep, right there. All right, let's clean out the Scout fuel carrier. I should be able to swipe some from the roof rack of the Zix. All right. Now we'll get this into the factory up here, and then we'll take the Zix over and get the other one. You know, I haven't really driven a lot of the step pike a whole lot, so I can't say for certain. And again, I'm forgetting to read chat. So remember to fill your roof rack. Yeah, I just didn't want to take all the fuel from the Zix right there, because obviously it's going to need to be able to go over and get the Royal and drag it back. But there is another Scout fuel carrier down in the quarry where I got to pick up the parts. There we go. Oh, don't pull me over. Just backwards, that's all I'm asking. Listen. Yeah, it's this time of day. Got a little snowman over there. Alright, now let's go get the Zix. So it can go back. Where did we leave that? Right there. Yeah, it's not that far. But I'm probably going to have to turn around somewhere. Right up here around these trees, I'll probably spin it around and then back up to it. Water's pretty loud over there. Well, this might be fun getting back up this spot with these anchors on. Keep them from catching. Look at that. Now we're going to swing up and around this way. Oh yeah, easily. I was just worried about them anchors sticking out there catching on the rock. go. Reel them in a little bit closer because going down this, I want it nice and tight up on me. Hello, Rio. Hello, Mr. X and Mr. Fang. How's your day going, Rio? Paint, so much paint. Is this the same model or is this another one? Same model somehow. Well, I imagine it'll look pretty good when you're done with it. Sure have to do a release and pull it up once I get up there. There we go. It'll look good. Spend $2 on this, $20. Ooh. Oh, I was stuck on something. That's what the holdup was for sure. Yeah, I kind of figured 20 was what you meant. 2P just didn't sound quite right. Empty Scout fuel carrier trailer. $20 and a penny farthing. That seems to be a little bit more solid route to go. I was pretty sure I cleaned out the roof rack on this thing, but I see an awful lot of fuel cans still hanging out. Be right back. All right. Navistar is still guzzling fuel, eh? Oh yeah, but I'm not using the Navistar on this mission. This is several clicks over. Thanks for the help. Really. I should read the itinerary sheet properly next time. It's just, I'm used to the metric system, but they do distance in miles at this company. Miscalculated, ran out of gas. Anyway, here's your pay. 380 XP, $3,650 cash. I think he's full of it because that thing had plenty of fuel in it when I swiped it. Okay, let's get a little closer, start throw a little bit more fuel into the Mercer here. Holy cow. Still got fuel up there. Alright. And for the continuing mission, down there. At least I don't gotta go all the way to the bottom. Where am I dropping this off at again? All the way over there. Kind of almost thinking the way back, I might come up, top off here, cut through, take the ferry over to the other side, cut back around, come back out this gateway again, and then head north. I think that'll be a little bit faster, burn less fuel. people have appeared in chat. Yeah, pretty much you and Southtrack. So far. Steve will probably pop in at some point in time. He usually does. He might even be there now, lurking in the background. Stu's Chinese takeout? I don't know. Haven't heard from Stu today. We could be getting Mexican food. So the old Mercer's dreading heading back down in here. Oh yeah, I forgot about that little shortcut there. Well, probably wouldn't have made much difference coming back out. Well, this is awkward. What's awkward? The silence. It's just the sound of silence. I'm sure at some point in time Sam will start barking if we really need some noise. My daughter called me a little bit ago, and the first thing he had to do as soon as I said hello was start barking. Uh-oh. Ain't have buckle nose gear. That's how airplanes crash land. Uh, 2 and 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. That was probably a little riskier than it should have been. B-25 crashed the Empire State Building once. Well, that's unfortunate. It's probably the reason why we have blinking lights on top of everything now. And we'll start the turn. When I get back up here into the paved road, I'm going to stop and take a drink real quick. You're back. So, how's the bridge? The last two in the harbor map. That's got to be a nice feeling. Well, it'll be a little easier to get around. A little easy, not a lot. We'll start getting some logs to the sawmill now. Yay! Someone to break the awkward silence. Definitely. All right. One moment while I grab something to drink. Ah, that's a mod trailer, right? Yeah, this is a mod trailer. It's TWM or TMW trailer pack, I think. No, this might be part of one of the Olsen's trailers. Yeah, this is one of the Olsen's trailers. Little 4 slot. It's got a handful of spare parts on there. Doesn't carry any extra fuel though. Yeah, for this map, I think the 4 slot's better because of how tight some of the turns are. Wish Saber gave us some 4 slots. Yeah, it'd be nice. Just to make things a little bit smoother. That way you had a variety. You could choose your trailer based on the load you needed to take. And I mean, Saber does give us a 4 slot. It's that useless ramp flatbed trailer. Forcing the elephant through some tight spots with a 6 slot. Yeah, like coming through here, I don't think you would do it with anything other than a 4 slot. Because, I mean, as it is, it's a pretty tight turn. I mean, the Mercer is not that big, and that 4 slot barely makes it. Never used the ranch trailer. I've tried using it a couple times to load vehicles on that were broke, and you can't properly winch a vehicle onto it. We saw high saddle low boy. Yeah, I've used that quite a bit. And even that's hard to load. Yeah, I used it with the Colobs. That's even hard to load vehicles onto if you've got to winch them. I wish they would just come up with a better way of winching vehicles on. Alright, there's that. And truck repair. Alright, now... Yeah, I think I'm going to go with my original idea. Because I don't see me having enough fuel to go this way around. Unless there's a scout fuel carrier in there. Which there's not. Way up there. So we're going to go around. We're going to take the ferry over. Cut across the other map. And come back in to this gateway over here. Which I can set this route already. This way. And here. Over there. Up. And in. Back to logging. Gonna do a lot. Yep. Definitely a lot of logging to do. 3 coats and an aerial left brush stroke. Now you have to sand it down and repaint it. Oh, fun. I had when I was younger, I had a metal model of Lamborghini Countach. I don't know. No, I think it was Ferrari Testarossa I had. And I wanted to paint it candy apple red. I had the paint and everything. And it was a pre-painted model. It started out orange, and of course I didn't want it orange. I wanted it candy apple red. Well, me being the dummy that I was, I thought I could just paint over it. And all the paint bubbled, so I ended up having to strip it all down to bare metal and start from scratch. Problem was the fins that are in the doors on them were plastic, so I had to figure out how to get the plastic fins out of there in order to sand everything else down and not hurt the plastic. That was a royal pain. I got Anne's old Mercer. She's no speed demon, but she gets the job done. Keeps right on moving. Rethought the last few decisions. You mean like about not sanding it down in the first place? Too slow to get you into trouble. Yeah, that. You're definitely not going to get in trouble for going too fast. I mean, any other truck would hit that dip right there a little bit faster and smash the front end. Come on, roll her up there. Not that one, that one. No headstands that time. Had the trailer keeping the nose down. Or I should say the tail down. Come on. Turn, 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 turn. Likes to hang up on the trailer sometimes, I say. Almost went downhill instead of turning the corner. That would have been a mistake. Just out of curiosity, I want to see what this looks like on the map. Nope. See, I was checking to see how smooth this was of the way down. Because that'd be a lot faster to get down if you could go that way, but that's too steep of a drop there. On the steps. Alright, well, when we get over here to the next map, I'll bring it back around the morning. Figure we're just about to the ferry now. There's no point in stopping here. Yeah, areas that are real fine are definitely hard to sand. Little tight corners or inside grooves. So what are we guessing? 11 p.m.? Hey, at least it didn't tell me that my truck was too long this time. One thing for sure, never do a bomber again. Too many small spots. Ah, 1039. Go that way around. Or we take the other way. We'll take the more official route. Hey, who left that container there? I'm going to blame that on MJ. If he was here, I wouldn't blame him. But he's not here to defend himself, so it must be his fault. Watching the Masters final round on TV tonight. So Snowrunner later if it finishes early. All right, Steve. I've not watched a lot of golf on television. A little bit here and there. Played a couple rounds. Not very well. Of course, I've never had anybody really teach me how to play. I just do what I want, playing Tiger Woods on PlayStation. Well, for 2 years, and can barely hit it further than 200. I had there's a course over by me that it's probably the last time I actually went out and played because it made me mad. Hole number 5 is a par 4 dog leg right. Can't remember what the exact yardage is. My drive followed that dog leg around perfectly, landed 10 feet off the green, and I'd never gotten even a par at this point, right? I'm thinking, 10 feet off the green on one shot, surely I can get a par, right? Well, the green is a domed green, hole right smack dab in the middle of the top of it. Get my pitching wedge out, because it's my smallest club. Just give it a light tap, that thing shot straight up in the air, bounced in the middle of the green, about 6 inches away from the cup, bounced again and rolled 60 feet off the backside. I ended up 2 over. I was so mad. Yeah, won't roll onto the green, but it won't stop when it's on. Exactly. Hello, VTech. How are you? Uh-oh. Might have to wake Sam up. I think he's having a bad dream over there. Just finished the stream? That's good. Hope everything went well. Yeah, I think this is definitely a much faster way of getting this done than trying to drive all the way back across the map again. Hard to understand me. The mic I'm using right now is just the one on my controller. So I don't know that there's necessarily a lot I can do with that one. I can try using my headphones. Give me a second and I'll switch over. All right, how's this sound? Does this sound better? Yeah, I just plugged my headphones in. All right, glad it's a little bit better. Just had to plug the headphones in so that I had the mic on them. It's closer to my mouth that way. Add some bullet hole decals would be real nice on a model of a warplane. If you got something small enough to make the scale correct. Prefer the other audio. Well, suppose we'll go this way around, and then I'll pull a fuel trailer out up here. Get a fuel truck up there to top her off. I think it's time to let the dog out. 1 minute while I let him out. Okay. He's so funny, he won't let me put him outside and even clip his lead to his collar until he's picked up part of it and has it in his mouth. Didn't know you could stream off of PS5? Yeah, it's not positive. I think you can even do it on a PS4. You got to hit the capture button, and then if you scroll on the PS5, you hit your capture button, and then you push over to the right. There's a picture of like a radio antenna. When you go to that, and that has your live stream options, but you have to have either YouTube or Twitch, one of the two, downloaded onto your system. Truck just looks like it belongs in this environment. Might do a stream once your voice graduates from squeaky teen. Ah, come on. Start out as a squeaky teen. People can see how much you grow that way. What? Okay, man. It's nice this time Saber gave you the option to do many tasks different ways. Well, yeah, I picked them up from the quarry in the other map. I just chose to come this way around to make the return trip. Just because it's a little faster than fighting your way across that other map. But I really do need to get the stuff delivered to open up that other route to the ferry on the other side. Instead of taking a long way around. What is it? It's like a set of metal beams and a thing of service spare parts or something like that. I might do that after I deliver these, just because it'll make that quicker. Alright. You know what? I don't have to worry about that. I got enough fuel to get me around through the gateway where I got my big trailer. Smooth sailing. Ow. Takes a little concentrating to find the right routes across here. But once you know them, they're pretty easy to spot. A fuel trailer? Who put that there? Almost like I planned on something. All right, now we're in the home stretch. Ooh, ow. Well, that one made a little bit of a dent. Make sure I'm not missing a turn here. Okay. Thought I still needed to keep going this way, but I wasn't sure. All right. We are going to go downhill and then go back up the other side. Because that's just asking to flip the trailer over. Especially when you get to that pile of rocks right there. Reduce some wheel spin. Wouldn't want to go around there too fast. I can't believe how long it took just to scout the two maps. I mean, we were 3 hours just scouting the first map the other night. Yeah, but it's worth it. It's definitely worth it. Try doing these without scouting them first and you're in trouble. Yep. All right. Finally, we can make some money on this deal. Two and one and two. Timberman's work is never done. I appreciate your efficiency, bud. Thanks to you, this camp should be able to complete all the orders on time. Our maintenance crew is already on the job, and here's your well-earned reward. 1,010 XP and $12,050. All right, I'll take that kind of cash. Now, construction can't wait. Which highway does that build? Looks like it's over on this map. Cargo container. A pickup point there. Oh, we got some of it's in the other map. So we got cargo containers from up there. I should say over there. Yeah, that'll take a minute to get to. That's vehicle spare parts. That's also vehicle spare parts. So the cargo containers must come from the other map. Yep. Medium planks and cement. Fellowship of the Road. Yeah, that's still locked. I have to do plant 2.4 first. So plant 2.4 is plan 2.4. Bricks times 4 and concrete slabs times 2. I think I already know where the concrete slabs come from. Really? Boy, would I have been wrong on that guess. And bricks are there. Okay, well, both fairly easy to get to. Okay, I guess we'll start on that one then so that we can get some stuff opened up to get our materials. Which means so let's come this way around to here. Up here. And we want to go this way. This way. And head down here and into the warehouse. But I gotta let the dog in. Give me 1 second, guys. All right, guys, I'm back. Let's see if we make this trip now. I guess I should bring the time of day back around. Well, just me and you again. Hey, worse things have been known to happen. Let's see about riding along the edge here instead of down the middle of that. Kind of got a feeling I just shortcutted that. There's a view for you. How's that for a view? Which way does the road go? I'm putting a request for more people on Discord. I just haven't figured out yet how I can So like my thumbnails, my the YouTube Studio only seems to give me an option of 3 available thumbnails unless I have them saved, and I can't use Studio on the PlayStation. I can only use it either on my phone or on a laptop or a PC, which I don't have currently. So I can't really get thumbnails unless I take a picture of the screen with my phone and do it that way, but then it doesn't look very good. Just like that, all the mountains in the background. I know the feeling. Yeah, it can be a little frustrating, but a little bit of patience and I'll be able to get there to the point where I can do a little more. I don't know if I can, because I know I can take the screenshots onto my PlayStation. I can do a pause and screenshot it, but I don't know how I would get it sent to my phone or in order to put it into Studio. I believe I had to take this out a little bit wider. I only took this route once before, so. Not that one. Well, I have to check that out, Rio, and see if I can find a way to be able to email myself some screenshots off the PlayStation, if there's a way to do it or not. Maybe because I have the PlayStation app on my phone now, because I finally downloaded that. Maybe I'll be able to access them that way. I'll have to find another good spot that will make a good thumbnail view and try it. tried on the Xbox, but apparently can do it through the app. Definitely bears looking into. Yeah, like I said, I just downloaded the app, so perhaps I can get that figured out. Chicago bears don't scare you? What about polar bears? Now, what am I after here? Bricks. Oh, concrete slabs. ×2. And may as well top off my fuel while I'm sitting here with my whole 11 gallons. And hopefully that'll get me back to the gateway and through to the other side. So, back out behind me, up and around. Fairly simple. Is it just me, or does anybody else feel the need to reduce tire pressure going up that stuff? Good thing the HX has a roof rack. Maybe with not pulling anything, it'll actually be able to get over here and get me some more fuel, because it seems like that roof rack disappears awful fast. All right, let's Oh, it does not have a roof rack. What kind of music do y'all like? Myself, I'm a bit of a mostly country music, Christian music, but I like a little bit of everything. I mean, rock and roll. I'll listen to some rap. Some rap, mostly the old school stuff. I don't like a lot of the new rap. I even like a lot of the Spanish music and even some of the Arabic music. I'm not real worried about leaving this truck sitting off to the side of the road with no fuel in it. Yeah, Johnny Cash is, he was a talented man. You ever watch that movie about his life, Walk the Line? There, we won't leave it completely empty. Johnny Cash was good for what's known as rhythmic talk. Chicken in Black. I don't know that I ever heard that, but best 2 minutes and 30 seconds of your life. Ah, here I am reading chat and missing my turn. Uh-oh. Let's Sam's got his chew on my feet again. Dad, I just want to use your foot to chew it on. Promise I'll only nip your toes about 1,000,000 times. Glad he feels comfortable with me and stuff, but I wish he didn't eat on me. What about eating toes? Yeah, that's kind of what I think Sam's working on doing. Keeps bringing his little chew toy over and chewing on it right on top of my foot. Yeah, it'd be nice if there was like an animation in the loading scene that showed your truck driving from the one gateway to the other. I guess it'd be kind of hard to do with the varying cargo you could put on it. All right, where am I taking this to? North. So it actually looks like this gateway over here might be the best one to go through. On the, hold on, that's not what I wanted. I want this. Because that gateway is this one down here. So when I go to pick up the other part, I can cut right through that gateway and swing around. So I think that will definitely be the way to go for that deal. You know, might be easier now that I've to fuel up and then to turn around and come back through. Not really. If you had a route over the mountain right here. But otherwise I'd have to come all the way around. All right, I think we're going to just head straight for it. We'll just head straight on up. I do believe I have to turn here to take this, and the dog's got to go outside again. Of course he does. And then whatever my route that I used, I believe I stayed to the left-hand side here, then cut across this way, and up and in. One moment while I take care of the dog. All right. Back to it. Why destroy a model you don't get attached to them? Yeah, I don't imagine too many people get attached to their models, but you never know. Some people might get attached to them. Well, yeah, I mean, depending on how much time and effort you put into them, I can understand developing like some kind of sentimental value and stuff like that to it, because there's a lot of work that goes into them. Working on it for a month. Yeah, you don't want to set them down too hard. I mean, I kind of get it, because you understand, especially if they're the plastic ones, you understand how fragile they can be and how easily the parts can break. Oof. I mean, the elephant drove right through here. But again, that was the elephant. Looks like I'm about through the deep stuff here, though, so... Elephant's a bit more capable than a Mercer. Maybe just a little bit. North Africa? Yeah, I could see that. Like it belongs there? Yeah. Just a slow slog through the deep stuff, that's all. Probably could have gone down to the ice and came around that way. I think it's based on a French truck from the 50s and 60s. Maybe. I mean, Mercer does sound like a French name. Probably been used in North Africa. Yeah. Uh-oh. Now we might be in trouble. All right, that's okay. I've got a rescue vehicle nearby. Okay, maybe not quite nearby, but semi-nearby. Where's that parked at? That's a lot further. That is also up there with virtually no fuel. I think we'll be able to pull it the rest of the way. Mr. Short Trunk Elephant. Yep. You notice I got the trunk pointing the right direction this morning. I did not bother to restore it. Makes it so much easier for pulling trailers. Which direction was it I needed to go? I need to stay... Come through here. I know Rio loves my waypoints. There we go. slip through here. Sneak around past this support structure. Stick to the Doritos. Can't complain too much for the tasks I've put the Mercer through today. The sanding's done. Now you get to repaint. Well, careful on the brush strokes. Get yourself an airbrush. Whoa, there's a task up there. That is a... Oh, I bet that's to open that road. Okay. Eastern Rock Slide. Definitely on the Christmas list. Yeah, I think it would make it a lot easier for you. Alright, I do believe I'm going to need to turn around here somewhere. This looks like about as good a spot as any, and then I can just back up to it. Definitely got to bring the sun back out. Rattle can. Yeah, you know, as long as you make sure that you don't, you know, keep your spray strokes going back and forth beyond what you're painting, so that you don't get the bubbles when you start and stop. Oh, I turned around way too soon. All right, I gotta let the dog in. One minute. And we're back. Being harassed. Okay. Yeah, I was nowhere near where I needed to turn around at yet. Doing good so far, VTech. How about yourself? I'm feeling challenged with having a puppy that's trying to attack me while I'm playing. As if you can't hear him. May as well back in over here and activate this while I'm at it. Yep, you hear him. He's trying to get himself in trouble, nipping after my headphone cord. He ain't gonna be happy then. Then he'll be whining and yipping and pouting. Trying to get him to play with his toys. But no, that would be asking too much. He just wants to talk to everybody. Yeah, he's not quite as tiny as he was in the shorts. I keep waiting for him to do something else crazy while I've got my phone available so I can get a couple more recordings of him. But every time I pick my phone up, he stops. One minute. Okay, I think we came to an understanding. Or not. He knows too much. Who knows too much? The dog? He's just a little too mouthy, that's all. You right back? Alright, South Fang. Hey, he's a smart little dog. Oh, he sits up on my knees every so often anyhow, even while I'm playing. I'll get him up here sitting next to me in the chair. All right. Why? Oh, absolutely. He's got his ball that will throw up and down the hallway and stuff, and he can play fetch for hours. Okay, let's see now. Alright, crane mode. Time to use this crane for the first time. Always goes through every possible winch point but the one you want. Actually, I want to do this by hand. Oh, of course it won't let me pack the cargo yet because it's not sitting in a good position. There we go. There he goes. Now he's got his platypus he's fighting with. Poor Perry. You'd think for a secret agent he'd be smart enough to hide from a pooch, huh? Knew he'd get my toe eventually. Flipping that thing around, went to bite the platypus and got my toe. Doomfinchmirtz reincarnated? Could be. Could be. All right. But I'm definitely going to have to get a full-size fuel trailer to each gateway, I think. Yeah, I typically play alone. I mean, I've got another profile that I saved that I do some co-op stuff on. I don't stream it because it's, you know, with cross-play and stuff and only having my PlayStation, I can't get the audio to work for other players. But I do have a profile that I do co-op on. And I don't have a lot of mods, just a handful of them. And again, a lot of that is PlayStation related because you're limited as to how much memory you've got available for mods. I mean, you don't have to talk to do the co-op stuff, but it's, you know, I mean, like, I can talk to you, it's just nobody listening would be able to hear any of the conversation. Let's see, this is where I'm going to end up needing the elephant back. Because this is not going to make it across here on its own. Wrong button. I cannot just change truck from there. Sam says hello. Now he knocks my lemonade bottle over. Hashtag reason why I keep a lid on it. Yeah, communication is important when you play with people. That definitely makes it easier to stay on the same page for what tasks and contracts y'all are working on together. Even if you get together and you just say, hey man, just pick something and do it. Well, at least then you're not all picking the same contract because you know what the other ones are working on. It becomes easy when you realize you can drive around the mud. I used to always kind of chuckle at MJ when he would flip his truck driving on the side trying to go around the mud. Because I was like, you know, Snowrunner, he's always trying to go around the deep snow and the deep mud, but it's a game called Snowrunner based off a game called Mud Runner, and everything you do is to avoid the snow and the mud. But I get it now. You know, I started playing this quite a while after he started streaming, so I didn't quite get it at first, but I get it now. Ow! Ooh, that one was a wicked one. The selling point is a pain in the ass. Ooh. My poor Mercer just took one heck of a hit. Wow, it's like the back wheels have just sunk right in. There we go. Poor truck's gonna need a complete overhaul by the time it gets to the destination. And we're just gonna stay hooked up until I get over here. Just so I can straight line this a bit. Alright, we'll drop that there. We'll park this here. Almost destroyed my suspension. New bathroom record. All right. It's important to set records. A minute 34. It's probably more information than I needed to know, but that's good. All right. Now we're going to bring this up here, and we're going to bring the elephant with all its extra repair parts up, because I think I need more than what my roof rack has. What am I stopping and halting for? The ice on the AC unit isn't on the AC unit. Oh, is it like not physically attached to it? One of them graphical glitches? Kind of hovering in midair. Talking about that one right there. Oh, where if you turn the camera a certain way, it disappears. Like right there, it's not showing. And then there it is. Okay, let's see now. We need to repair the Mercer. Not from the spare wheels. There we go. Yeah, I've spotted that in a couple of different areas where you change the camera angle and stuff disappears. Oh, well, I got enough to get over to that Scout fuel carrier. So, that will be... no, I'll take it out of the elephant, I think. Nah, I can't take it out of the elephant, because I can't go that way. Yeah, I can, but I can cut across here. So we're going to cut across this. And then through the gateway. Videos of people throwing hot coffee in the air. Oh yeah, it's really cold. It's like Antarctica cold. Can I? Too far away to grab fuel out of it. I'm going to squeak a little closer to the elephant here and steal some fuel from its roof rack before I roll out. There we go. To me. And now we need 4 loads of bricks. Really? They don't like me. All I was asking to do was reach that tree up there so I could get all the way across. Alright, hang on. See, because that bridge is out. There's not a good way down from there other than coming all the way back around this way. And you can't get through up there because of the landslide. So we're going to try squeaking her all the way to the left. Oh, I got chains on here. Alright, VTech, we'll see you in a few. I'm sure the dog appreciates getting the chance to go out. Mine's laying at the door again. 2300, go pee. Dog going to sleep routine. Yes, they do. You know, Sam is a German Shepherd mix, and if things get out of the ordinary, he kind of looks at me like, what in the world is going on? Well, he's okay as long as it's the same old every day, but the minute it's changing, Alright, before I jump through the gateway, I'm gonna move the Navistar out of the way so that when I come back it's not sitting right in the way. Got just about enough fuel to move it off to the shoulder of the road. Now the trick question is, do I have enough fuel to get down there and back? Gas star time. Of course, this one's fairly straightforward. I mean, my only turn is down here. That's a weird spot to pick up bricks, though. Oh, I guess this is the old plant. This is the one they're dismantling. But it's not too far away. A little bit of popcorn damage. Be prepared for the unexpected. Here's a problem. If you're prepared for the unexpected, then it's not unexpected, so you're not really prepared for it. Wait, this truck don't have chains because they weren't available. It's just got the Mercer tires on it, I think. If I remember right. I could be wrong. I'd have to go back to the garage to know for sure. Oh no, it's got chains on there. That was a quick and easy pickup. No, I am not playing hard mode. However, it is New Game Plus where I have to pay for fuel. But that was not by design. That was when I first got the game and I just threw it in. I wasn't paying any attention to what was on the screen. I was just kind of clicking through trying to get everything going, and it had automatically selected New Game Plus just because it was like the middle option. So it was sitting there and I not paying attention. I clicked on it, and next thing I knew, it's telling me that gas is free, but I'm paying for it. I'm like, what? And then the more I got into it, the more I understood, oh, that's what happened. All right, half a tank used up. Oh, almost made it all the way through there. Just trying to see if I could get all the way through before it slowed me down. We'll bring it back around the morning once we get to the other side. All right. Kind of feeling like I need to come this way around just so I can hit that fuel carrier. So that's what we're going to do. Hit that side. And creep our way along. And back up and in. You think as many hours as I got into this so far that I would have gotten at least a road open. Yeah, I think I got enough fuel to get back if I went straight back there. But then I don't have enough fuel to go anywhere else. Be stuck in a situation like the Navistar is. 7 gallons of fuel, a trailer, and no way to get anywhere. Yes and no. I mean, for this truck, it's probably just about right, given the age of the truck and everything. I've got some trucks that run through on an average at about 3 gallons a minute when they're loaded. There we go. All right, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, good, a cutscene. That's a lot of metal that went up for 2 concrete slabs and 4 loads of bricks. Plan 2.4. Hey, great job out there. Metalworks is good to go, which means that we can have us a nice 5 sept tonight. Thanks for helping out. 1,650 XP, 15,850 cash. Warehouse is now available. Oh, does that mean that I have metal beams on this map? That could come in handy. I mean, it is a metalworks, correct? So, let's see. Metal beams and metal rolls. I like it. I like it a lot. I never question what works to my advantage. Just gotta go with it. Let's see. Now let's roll this back around the right way here. So, pontoon crossing. That's one that I have not activated yet. I have not been down there. Those are both in there. So this bridge needs to get built. And I'm guessing because it says pontoon crossing that that's what you're building. You're not going to build this one, but I don't know for sure. Easy but greasy. Anyhow, let's what do we got open? Oh, good. The expected journey is in the other map. I want to try to get ones over here. Oh, that's the other map. That's the other map. Now I got Sam's nose selecting things. Do you got to go outside? Okay, give me a minute, guys. Alright guys, I'm back. Sorry about leaving you there for so long. First bridge and second bridge. Medium planks and medium planks. Those come from the sawmill, which needs medium logs. They do medium planks and wooden planks. Ah, that's not the button I wanted. Which one was that? That was that one. So that would be this bridge. And the second bridge is over here. Areas that would be useful, not necessarily right now. Steady flow. It's another water pipe mission to the main street. Can get around that one easily. Endless flow. Another water pipe. Fellowship of the Road. That was that one. I need metal beams times 4 and cement times 6. Both of which are available on this map and not super hard to get. In fact, I will go ahead and accept that one, but I believe the cement is also fairly easy to get over here, probably a lot easier, because that warehouse, that's only the one little route right around here, and then back. Okay. Metal beams times 4 we're going to start with. That's going to be 2 trips up there. So let's go back to the garage, grab us a different vehicle. We want to try something different. Truck storage. You know, let's go ahead and take this out. We haven't took this out yet. I believe I can put a low saddle on here. Saddle low. And doesn't this have like a saddle support unit? Maybe not. Dear God, how? Ah, but we'll stick a loading crane on there. I gotta see what he's barking at out there. 1 second.
As usual, he got himself tied around the same bush that he always does. Now, on the bright side, I can go all the way up there, and I don't have to bring a trailer up there because I already have trailers up there. However, I will bring a trailer up there. I will bring a fuel trailer up there. Oh, hold on. Tires. And that. And that. Let's get rid of that special gearbox. All chains. Good, excellent for off-road, good in mud, excellent on ice. That's what we want. Well, I would use a different truck, but I don't use the Mastodon a lot. I kind of like it once in a while. Okay. Looks like no roof rack. Oh, there we go. The mag defense is a viable option. We'll use that on a different mission, or maybe even another trip. I have to make multiple trips up there, so in order to get everything, so we will use that for part of this. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about the exhaust. We'll use the mag defense for another part of this mission. In fact, I'll tell you what, I'll get it ready to go before we get up there. I'm going to... What did you miss last stream? Not much. I think you were there for pretty much the whole thing. The stream ended pretty much right after you got off, so... Oh, not that one. Big trailer. Big fuel trailer. Got to make sure there's plenty of fuel there. Oh, let me get this parked up and we'll get the mag defense ready to go. Truck storage. Nope, not there. Really? Is it under heavy? You couldn't go on without one. Well, you know, it made it a little more difficult, you know. You always got to have that extra nudge. There we go. Mag defense, customize. Off-road gearbox, active suspension, tires, all chains, good winch, that's good, that's good. See, this one might be a little difficult pulling the trailers, because you see how far forward that saddle sits? So that might make it a struggle. Oh, we have an empty food bowl. My fault. I will get you taken care of. All right, I got to get some food in this bowl. 1 minute. There we go. Yeah, he's got a bad habit of dumping his bowl upside down when he doesn't have any food or water in there. Usually he still has water, so then you end up with a puddle on the floor. But at least now the puddles are just water and not doggy pee. All right. Let's get this fuel over there. Then we can get everybody topped off, and after all those vehicles are topped off, I'll drop this up by the gateway. Especially when you don't know it's there and you step in it. That's almost as bad as dog poo. That's a thick chunk of ice for such a small puddle. Kind of smells fishy. Well, I try not to smell it when I gotta clean it up. But fortunately, I have not had to clean it up in about 4 weeks. He has done that good of a job at his potty training. Now pretty much every time he's got to go, he goes over by the door. And he will either sit there or lay down and give me dirty looks if I'm not Johnny on the spot letting him out. And then if I still ignore him, then he comes over and gets up in my face. Now then, is there another way to get over there? Oh, trying to decide which side of the ice is the best to travel on. I'm almost thinking, because I haven't done it yet, about heading up this direction. Around here. But I don't know how getting across here is going to work out. Looks like you kind of got to go down and in. Just because I haven't been this route yet. And kind of around here. And up by the gateway. Oh, time of day. Alright, wish me luck. I haven't been this route, so I don't know what it's going to be like. We could get stuck. We could make it through. There's definitely a lot of ice. It's a matter of, is it good ice? Is it bad ice? As I said, he can be kind of a pest about it. Now that he's finished eating, he's back by the door. So far, so bueno. One little love tap there. Not bad, not bad. Is my dog a nacho? Nah. Nope, he's a shepherd. It's a tricky route, but it almost seems more doable than the other way. Alright, I'm on solid ground. I gotta let him out again. One sec. Okay. Don't know how long he's going to want to stay out for this time. 5 minutes? 5 seconds? You never know. Nearly rolled a Scout 800 on a small hump. I believe it. Scout 800, if you have the roof rack on it, is real tippy. It's kind of tippy without a roof rack. And if you put the race suspension on there with the roof rack, it's over. Ow! Be nice. So apparently I'm going to need to be slightly to the right. Or actually it looks like slightly to the left. Judging from where those tire tracks are. I almost missed my hard spot. The other trucks all have enough fuel to be able to get up here to the gateway to top off, so I'm just going to bring this up there and drop it off. So I think we'll get the first load of metal beams with this. We'll get the second load of metal beams with the mag defense. And then I'll put a 6-slot trailer on here to go get the cement. Because then I can get all of the cement in one trip. Hey Tim, how you doing? I'm doing good myself. We are plugging away. Second big fuel trailer going to the second gateway. Yeah, I'm good, man. Good day at church this morning. Oh, the doggo's fine. He's being a fuzzy little pain in the butt like a 3.5-month-old puppy is supposed to. In and out all day long. Always trying to start fights. Okay, let's refuel the Navistar. We'll do the Zix after I get the trailer parked. I think I need to try to get that in here a little bit more. There we go. I think he's got himself wrapped around his favorite bush again. The whole reason he wanted to come in the last time, he didn't really want in, he just wanted somebody to come untangle him. I'm going to get me a long cable and a couple of eyelets screw into some trees. Hey John, how you doing tonight? But we'll make a couple of dog runs. One in the front yard, one in the side, and then one in the back. Side yard, I might have to buy a couple of posts to sink into the ground. Yay, more people. On the second map, all materials are on the first map. No, I'm still on the first map. This is just the north side of it. See, the garage is down here. I was just dropping a fuel trailer off at the gateway here, trying to get a fuel trailer to each gateway. But I'm also working on my bridges and stuff. Figured I had to come up here to the factory to pick up my metal beams. I've already got a trailer up here, so I can figured I'd bring the fuel trailer up, drop it off, grab the sideboard trailer off the other truck over here to take the metal beams back. Yeah, I got a 4-slotter right. Wrong truck. Not the truck I wanted to end up in. That's the truck I need to be in. Got a 4-slotter right here that I've been using for most of this stuff. This is what I'm going to disconnect and take. I'm just going to do 2 trips. The first trip I'm going to do with the Mastodon. The second trip we're going to use the Mac Defense to bring them out. That was a special request. I don't mind taking requests. Yeah, Central Bridge is the one I'm doing right now. I'm going to have to go out there and untangle the dog in a second. He's making a nuisance of himself. So let me go untangle the dog and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. So remember, I'm not using mod trailers. Well, actually, this trailer is a mod. It's from the Olson's truck pack, trailer pack. Metal beams. 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. Got all 3 bridges built. Got the construction trailer next to the oil platform. And the drilling equipment off the road. Well, that's good. It's a good start. I need to, don't really have a way to get to that from this side, so I'm going to have to go back down and around. Now, if I go back down this way that I came, so So we're going to come back through here. Well, he figured out how to get in the chair on his own now. So he could jump up here with me. Now he's sitting behind me. And talking to everybody. Okay, so we're going to come back over to this and cut across. And it looks like I can come up the hill here to come around. Easy peasy. The thing I can't believe is that I let Rio talk me into that Mac Defense project, because that saddle sits in a crappy spot. Yeah, I can go that way or I can go around this way. Either one. And now, of course, the dog is clicking things on the phone. And he had to climb up here with me just so that he could push buttons on the phone. Would you stay still, child? Everywhere I move my phone to, he moves to. I think he's just really trying to push the buttons. It's like his goal. What kind of trouble can I cause if I do this? This is just kind of an experimental route anyhow, just because I haven't been this way. You know, I've driven bits and pieces of this route, but Old Sam just can't sit still. Ooh, I might should have stayed to the other side of this. Dog pouncing on me while I'm sitting in the chair. Why in the world? Phone's doing its own thing again. I'm gonna have to restart the YouTube on my phone so it'll keep up with the chat correctly. All right, now we're going to see how she handles the climb. I definitely won't be able to take this route with the max defense, because I know it won't make this. It's a pretty heavy load that I'm trying to freaking climb this steep hill with. I mean, why would it do that? Grab the smallest possible tree. Come on. See, that's what it should be. Fear, I may have to send what's that you gotta send again? My chat on my TV's being funny again, and my phone was being weird, so oh, you may have to sand it again? Yeah, I don't have the option for point and click with my winch, unfortunately. That is one of the big advantages to doing this on a PC. Don't know if I can reach that telephone pole or not. It says pull winch. This may give me a little damage. Oh, I got away with that. Okay. Definitely a doable route, not a recommended route. Because it is a steep, steep hill. Oh, that got me damaged. Down there looking at the dog. He's down here sniffing at my hand. He just wants some love. Oh, wait a minute. What's this road? I did have the brake on until the dog jumped on the controller. Okay. So... yeah, well, that's another way to get there, but not really any faster than what I'm doing. Feel they're giving you routes to get up there. And always, yeah. I mean, like I said, the route that I took worked. It's just definitely not the best route. Well, there's one right there, but again, you're coming all the way around here for nothing. And then, could you get past that point? So, if you're going to take that route, you'd be better off to do that. Come across the ice right here and just come this way around. That route there seems kind of pointless. Kind of like a red herring. Get down there and get stuck. Cargo management. 2 metal beams. Now I gotta try to turn this thing around. Little bit of brute force. That's my way down. Way easier than the other way. Oof. Yeah, see, this wouldn't be a very good route either, really. Yeah, the cement on this one's over by the observatory. So I can either drive all the way over to the observatory or I can slip through and get it from the other map. Either way, it's not too bad. That path almost looks more feasible than any of the other ones that I've seen. Oh yeah, I definitely unlocked that part. Yeah, right up there. Yeah, really, this is the way I kind of wanted to go back around because it would have been shorter, but I got to fix that time of day again. Man, time flies when you're having fun. And again, I need to go that way. Yeah, really, I probably should have just took this truck and trailer straight back to the garage, because I got another 4-slot up that direction that I could have grabbed. No, I'm going back to the metal beam factory. I got another load of metal beams that have to go down there. But I'm just going to drop this trailer off up there and then bring the Mac Defense up so that it only has to make a one-way trip with a trailer. But I tell you, it would have been a lot smarter if I just went back to the garage, because I already have another truck with another one of these trailers up there that I could have just took the trailer off of. And it would have saved me a trip with the Mastodon, because I could have just took it back to the garage and swapped this trailer out for a 6-slot to go get the cement. Because I want to do the cement in one run. Yeah, two more complete loads. So I suppose really it's good to have 2 of these trailers up there anyhow. That's the fun part, finding the nice narrow corridors that you can actually drive on. Without taking damage or massively wrecking the truck, huh? Well, sometimes you gotta massively wreck the truck. Maybe not quite to the standards that MJ does it, but you know. And in his defense, usually it's somebody else wrecking his trucks. However, yes, I did. Yeah, I seen MJ's last stream. I'm just gonna park this right here for now, so that if I need it for the Mac defense, it's not too far away. I did put chains on here, right? Yep. I had to stop for a second. I was looking to, well, this is called part of a little challenge. Rio suggested the mag defense for a truck to use earlier, so we're going to see how she does. I think it's going to be a pain in the neck just because of the saddle position, but we'll find out. And again, I'm failing at reading the chat messages. Oh, is that what it is? I mean, I could be wrong, but I was pretty sure it was in reference to don't use the Mastodon. It's too easy. I seen that little twitch look like a Dorito was getting ready to pop on me. Actually, I believe I do have active suspension on here. I didn't raise it yet, but... Sam's back at the door. I think he wants out again. He's been in and out about every 10 minutes all day long. I'm telling you, doggy door would be about the right thing for him. Sure, it wants to grab something behind me. Come on, get up to the side. Stupid Doritos. Yes, four-wheel, all-wheel drive all the time, switchable diff lock. I mean, so far she's doing pretty good, but I don't have a load behind it pulling through this stuff yet either. So I think the only real problem here is going to be that saddle location. Dumb question. Low saddle? Trailer low saddle? Yes, the trailer is a low saddle trailer. And that is a low saddle on the truck. Placed way too far forward. Okay, we're going to come over here and do the diff lock thing now just because of what I'm driving across. Not that it's going to help any. Come on. Don't be a lightweight. Yep. That's what I thought was going to happen. Give her a little wiggle action. Come on. Get up there. All right, we're gonna go over and grab the mastodon. That's why I kept it in the area. I had a feeling the ice crossing would be what got it. Go with the inside because it's sitting a little lower. Yeah, I knew there'd be some of that. Well, at least the elephant's still in the neighborhood because it's got a massive amount of repair parts. Then I don't have to use up all the ones I got on here yet to fix that suspension. Of course, the trailer's got like 200 repair parts on it too. With that, having taken that kind of damage getting here, I want to save all the points I can for the trip back. Yeah, I've only got 7 points left on the suspension. Maybe when I get back over by the Mastodon, steal some fuel from it too, just so that I'm fully topped up. You see, it's fighting once it's got a load on it. You can see how close that's coming to contact, and that's just on level ground. See? You can see it lift the back of the trailer a little bit. Wow, really? She's not a happy camper once she's loaded. Whoa! I had to detach that trailer. Okay. So I'm guessing that the mag defense is not going to be the one to use for this job. I'm going to get it back on its wheels and get it out of the way. It definitely did not like what it had going on, did it? All right, let's get that thing out of the way. So then we can get the trailer back upright and get the load taken care of. That was definitely a game glitch. Oh yeah, that's right. Those trailers don't really have any winch points to them. Alright. Now to get back underneath of it with this thing. I tried her. I hate to think how bad it would have been had I not ditched the trailer when I did. I had to try twice to detach. I like that they took the time to offset the positioning of the metal beams in there instead of it just looking like a cube that they cut out. If you look, all the beams are in different positions. Yeah, the little details, yeah, like that make Snowrunner Snowrunner, yeah, because you get a lot of games and they don't look for the details. They're just happy to push it out. And yeah, it was annoying having to wait so long for season 15 to come out, but sometimes it's worth the extra wait when you get the extra little details. And we got a floating Dorito. North Bridge takes 2 metal beams to it. It's not crossing the ice, but on the coast. Okay. I think it's getting dark on us again. Oh, I gotta repack my cargo. Stupid camera angle. Come on, I pulled this trailer through here already. There we go. Don't know what I was hung up on, but I had to go and hit the wall, didn't I? Twice. Third day of modeling hell. To me, 3 chunks of lead to brush, 2 brush strokes, and a fiddle part. Well, it sounds like you got your work cut out for you there, Rio. No shit. All right, John. We'll talk to you later. Yeah, I've got to break off and get some dinner here pretty soon. It's 7 o'clock here. Yeah, I knew what you meant. Eat something, ear something, whatever. If it's corn, you can ear it. Get one more load with the cement to get the bridge open. Yep. Like I said, that I'll do with a 6-slot trailer so I can get all the cement in one trip. Yeah, autocorrect will get you every time, John. Every time. Alright guys, we're going to finish this one out in the dark because after we get these dropped off, we're going to call it a stream right there because it's 7 o'clock at night here and I need to get some dinner. We've been going for about 6 hours now, so it's been a pretty good stream. All right, Rio, you have a good night. Again, we'll see you later, I'm sure. It's always good to get it out in advance, then you know you got it in, right? All right, guys, that's where we're going to end it for the night. Nice little view of the Aurora Borealis. Turn my headlights off so we don't ruin that. Thank you for watching. If you liked what you've seen, hit that like button. If you really like it, feel free to share, comment, and please, if you haven't already, subscribe and hit that little notification bell so you'll know when I go live. And until then, we will see you next time. Good night, Rio.